Hopefully y'all can hear me okay. Chat settings. Testing. Testing. All right. That sounds good. Welcome, welcome. I'm trying to get all this. I always forget how to pop out chat. Like, it's supposed to be. I am such a noob when it comes to chat. I don't know how to pop. Oh, there it is. Pop out chat. There we go. I'm the best. I have no idea what I'm doing. Welcome after us. All right, Metroidvania type of game. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any. Um, I never know what kind of music to put on here. And I don't know if the music will like affect the stream. Because if I put music on, then it like Twitch will like mute out specific areas, so I can't upload it to like YouTube after the fact or anything. Because they'd be like, you're playing copyrighted stuff, therefore we can't showcase it or whatever. So if I play music, then I'm muted, which sucks. All right, so working on a map editor. Got something like quasi working. So calc level input. That's for creating the rectangles. Let's see. So moving player around. Deleting box. Creating box. It's kind of a level editor kind of thing. And I'm going to say if inputs.keyboard.plus. Make sure plus works. Yep. Inputs.keyboard.minus. There's no minus, hyphen. Might be worth putting minus in there as an alias. Inputs.rb. Do I allow for multiple aliases? I'm assuming, yeah, I'm assuming having the array there. Minus. Welcome 3 people. I think it counts myself too since I'm on the stream. Artificially inflating viewership. All right, so if I try minus now, minus still isn't there, huh? What if it's like a rebuild thing? We're all just bots. We are. I agree with this. All right, minus. Okay, hyphen works. Minus. Maybe. Hey, look at that. Minus works. All right. I'm going to add that as a commit to merge back into mainline. Added inputs. Yeah, if you have any questions on like Gitfoo, the game engine, what have you, more than happy to talk about any of those things. All right, state.zoom plus equals 0.1, maybe. That might be too fast. 0.01. Yeah, I think that's better. And the border, since I'm dealing with like 1 pixel shenanigans and arbitrary zoom, sometimes the border goes away. So maybe if I make it a couple of pixels larger. Yeah, I think that's good. No, that still looks annoying. How many borders do I have to put in this damn thing? Jeez. The top border still isn't showing. It's like I don't want to show. All right, that's good enough. Whatever. Yeah, so that's weird. See, like that border is showing correctly, but for some reason the top border is it's just like, nah, I'm not gonna show. So strange. What if I set the is my math off? Oh yeah, it's off. This needs to be subtracted by 2, and then this needs to be 4. There we go. All right. So we got our border. Okay, that looks good. All right, so let's add. There we go. So now, boop. I should probably put the zoom information somewhere so I know what my zoom is set to. State that zoom. Zoom is set to 1, so this will be the actual size of the game. Can you see the preview window? Is that like too small? I imagine it's a little tiny. I can make it larger if y'all want. But like that's my little probe right there. Shooting in random places. I don't want to render the debug. Return if. It probably needs to just go into render. Render game. Return if. Return if. Render debug. Return if state game mode does not equal level editor. All right. I still want to render the terrain though. There we go. All right, so you go to this little probe. You drop down. This will be the actual size of the game. See, I'm not sure if that's too small. Maybe a 1.5 zoom would be better. 2.0 zoom. Let's do 2.0. 2.0 zoom, and we'll start the player at. See now I can't see the label. Ah, that's so annoying. Render debug, -2, -2. Yeah, all right. Let's create another label. Riveting. Riveting stuff. Building a level editor within your game is like one of those things where you're like, do I want to put in the effort in doing it? This is such a pain in the ass. But, you know, it's like, it really is worth doing. What? What do you mean, syntax error? Syntax error, my ass. 179. Fine. You're right. All right, so we got x, y, dy, dx, power, angle, and then zoom factor. All right, that works. So maybe an x of 50 starting point. All right, so player starts at 50, drops down. There is an opening, and you can shoot like that. And I kind of want, I want to have some like verticality in here, or feeling of like dropping into an area. So yeah, I want to have clicks to be create terrain, because right now I'm using the enter key, which is kind of crappy. So if I say if inputs.mouse.click, and so here's the annoying part, is that I have to translate from local space to world space. Render level editor. I'm going to do the rendering of the level editor here. Inputs.mouse. Output scene. Labels is equal to what? Matrix multiplication is supposed to solve all your problems, but with 2D games, excuse me, with 2D games, like just doing the algebraic stuff feels just makes more sense. So where do I want the label to be? Let's say I want it to be at, so think about this. I have the actual mouse position. So if the actual mouse position's like actual mouse position is at 640 and 360, right? Y'all help me out with this math. So the actual mouse screen position is at 640 by 360, and if the circle, my little probe, is at y equals 50 or x equals 50, y equals 6200 with a zoom factor of 2. So if the probe was at 0, 0 and the zoom factor was 1, then the mouse position would be 640 by 360. No problem. If the zoom factor was double that, that means my mouse position needs to be divided by the zoom. Okay, so that's a starting point. And okay, I think that's it right there. So I want player.x plus inputs.mouse.x divided by state.zoom. Player.y state.zoom. And then the text will be I'll call this world x. World x and world y. World x, world y. And then the RGB will be white. Almost, I think. So, yeah. Technically, the mouse should be at 135. So, there's one other thing that I need to subtract or add. Is it add or subtract? I subtract maybe? Yeah. I want state dot camera, no, current camera offset x. That's not correct. State dot current camera offset y. I'm still off by what? My y position's off by 89 pixels. Why is that? All right, so if I take, so my zoom is 2. What am I doing wrong here? I don't think it's plus, is it? Definitely not plus. Um, where am I messing up here? This is why we can't have nice things. Wait, alignment medium. Vertical alignment enum is also going to be 1. Center of the mouse. Why is it off? Okay, if I just take the player X and player Y and forget the offset for now. And let's put state.player.x equal to 0. Toshap1 says, I wish I had chosen to learn Ruby versus JavaScript as first language. It's not too late. It's not too late. Even if you don't use Ruby as your primary language, it will make you a better developer. Like 100%. Don't feel like, yeah, don't feel like it won't. I would strongly recommend learning it. Strongly recommend learning it. How long have you been doing JavaScript? Windows 7, 129. All right, so path equals scene. So here's how my scene is positioned right here. Let's see if this helped me figure out local space versus world space. All right. So I have my current player offset X and Y, and that's multiplied by the zoom, and then I add 640 to it. About 5 years on and off. I went back to college a few years ago. They made me do Python, Java. Python's not a terrible language. Neither is Java. They're all adequate languages, I would say. Um, Obviously, I have a bias for Ruby. Ruby versus Python. There's no contest. Like the semantics, the syntax and semantics of Ruby are objectively superior to Python in every shape, way, or form. Shape, way, and form. But Python leads to gain. Not that Ruby doesn't lead to gainful employment, but Python leads to gainful employment. So that's what you should learn if you're trying to get a job. Same thing with JavaScript. JavaScript and TypeScript. Like if you're a developer that's just starting off and you don't have a lot of experience, it makes sense to invest in TypeScript and Python, just because they're the uh, the availability of jobs at like entry level positions are much higher for those languages. Ruby 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 jobs tend to be um, more senior level, more experienced positions. They pay extremely well. I think it's like one of the highest paid salaries if you like on the Stack Overflow careers, just simply because of the seniority levels that you need. But yeah, I feel like Ruby is the only language that I would be willing want to support because community. Yeah, they have a really great community, and the thing is that I it's such a powerful language. Just like doing game development in Ruby, it's killer. It's really productive. All right, so I've got my camera offset X. So the position of the camera is shifted by the current camera offset X and current camera offset Y time for the player. So let's start with that. So if I set my world X to be the position of the circle, which is 0, 0, Is it? No, nothing there. So world X, world Y, and then so what are my values for world X and world Y at this point? I just have to figure out one time, and then after that it'll be fine. And then plus 640 and 360. So, and I don't want to put this in the scene. I actually want to put this on the actual output. See, that still doesn't look correct. 426 and 307. Think about this. I know I've done this before a million times. Um, samples, klepto, klepto frog. No, sample frog main dot yep rb. So the mouse position is just by the camera skill. I don't care about the player's position. Really? Is that what it is? So if I take just the inputs dot mouse dot x, do you do much game development? Tasha Poons. I swear, Twitch usernames. All right. So if I put it in the center, so I think that's correct. Yeah, at half the zoom, the center puts us at 320 by 180, which is like 360. Okay, so that part works. And then I want to, what do I want to do after that? I want to add the state dot current offset x and then state dot current offset y. Really? And do I want to put that within the scene itself? No, not really games. More into web application, mostly backend stuff. We built a text-based game with Python, but that's about it. I mean, game development is good for the soul. Game development is all kinds of good for the soul. It's it's just like a all right. It's a really great way to what you call it. Just explore other languages, right? People people try to like level up using it's like, oh, I need to get a job, so therefore I'm going to learn Python in the context of machine learning or Python in the context of web development. So I got to learn Django, and um, there's just the facet of learning a language in the context of something fun, something enjoyable. Text-based games are a great way to learn. Yeah, most of my development, if I pick up like contract work, is React for the front end, Rails. I do everything, iOS, Android, what have you. But yeah, if I'm not doing contract work, I'm doing game dev and making commercial things. All right, so I want this to say 0, 0 when my mouse is here, though. So how do I get it to say 0, 0 when my mouse is there? So subtract 640 divided by state.zoom, and then subtract 360 divided by state.zoom. Is that going to get me, is that going to get my mouse to, I'm going to just set this to 30 and then 30.from top. Just to 40. Okay, so that's good. So if I put my mouse here, that's also good. So yeah, this would be 100 away. That's also great. So that assumes 0, 0. And what I want to do is I want this to be based off of player.x plus. So player.x or player.y. Which makes sense because the player is in that position. So now if I move the player to like, yeah, so this should be 125, 460, perfect. And then 100 points out. Yeah. All right. So that is the formula right there to go from um, local local coordinates to world coordinates right here. Wow, that's awesome. I'm glad that worked. So I'll put that in the scene, world X, and then world Y. So this should hopefully, there we go. Look at that. Success. Okay, so now that I have that, so if I want to create, if I want to create, let's bring the player. So maybe start the player off at 200. I mean, if you're interested in game dev with Ruby, I'm I'm the the founder of DragonRuby Game Toolkit, and I'd be happy to hook you up with a free license if you want to try it out. And that's what I'm using to that's what I use to build all my commercial titles. All right, so if I click here, I want that to create a starting point uh, for my box, and then click again for the ending point. So if I do mouse in world space, yeah, Ruby will make you a better developer. It will let you see languages from a different lens across the board. World X method missing. Yep, that'll just be X and Y. Point.x and then point.y. All right, that still looks great. Okay, so then in my level editor, hello new people. We've got 4 4 people viewing, counting myself. Assuming everyone's a bot, which is fine. If you have any questions on what I'm working on, don't hesitate to ask. We'll answer any questions you may have. Level editor, calc level editor. Hey, Bulky J. Lurking's fine. Lurking's all gravy. I'm working on like a kind of like a Metroidvania game with like some really nice, just simple mechanics as far as movement. So you know, you just shoot a little trajectory, a little probe that's going around, and then you bounce and you press space and kind of like a desert golfing if you've ever played that game. And the idea is that yeah, you're traversing this this world, hopefully, right? So this world's going to be pretty large, 6400 by 6400. See, it's still difficult to see those. I'm gonna have to change the border. And the idea is that you're exploring. It's gonna be some narrative components in there, and you've got a Metroidvania kind of layout where there'll be areas that you can't explore, and you're this little probe that's trying to find life, life on external planets. And the interesting thing here is that there's the game mechanic and the general like fun factor and primary game loop being the Metroidvania, but the storyline is going to be based off of basically this probe is is a consciousness that was copied over from a human who's 30 years old that currently lives on Earth. So technology was created to allow for people to download their consciousness in its entirety at that point in time into a von Neumann probe or a probe of some sort, and you base that consciousness exists at that point in time when it was copied over. So it's literally the same person, and then the probe communicates with the person in the on Earth who their consciousness was copied from, and there's going to be a dialogue that exists between the probe and the consciousness, and then the real human, reminiscing about like childhood, and then because of time dilation and the time it takes for a message to uh, get to the probe, over time this area or this planet is moving further and further away from Earth, so it takes more time for a message to be received. And what eventually unfolds is what happens on Earth, like the future of um, the future of Earth, and what what takes place on the planet after this consciousness has left the planet. So yeah, it's kind of like breaking the fourth wall. You're having the probe is having a conversation with it its past human life, and the human factor is yeah, it's that idea of the human condition. Um, who was this 30-year-old? How did they grow up? Why did they choose to get their consciousness copied over? And how the probe copes with the inevitable demise of planet Earth. Um, and like this probe is on this terrain to try to figure out maybe like a habitable space for more humans because of the dying planet or something. And then once you figure out that the planet's dead, well, what does the probe do? Right. Like, yes, you'll have dialogue from the player's perspective, but I like the idea of the person communicating with their own probe. Yeah. And and yeah, you get a little bit of background. There'll be things like, hey, do you remember when we were a kid and we got that skin knee, and because of that skin knee, we decided to do X, Y, and Z. So like just that general human element, and struggling with depression or struggling with happiness, sadness, like big points in life, um, heartbreak. Uh, this consciousness is about 30 years old, so like not super young, but not super old, and exploring, I guess, this specific consciousness's uh, upbringing, and yeah, kind of explore some potential twists or heartache there. One idea that I had was that the um, the the person didn't actually want to download their consciousness into a probe, but like from a monetary standpoint, they had to. They were broke. They were poor, and being part of this experiment allowed their real self to have like sustainable income, and only like a certain set of people, those that can handle solitude for a long period of time, things like that, were chosen. So you had the opportunity to have a big, huge lump sum of money come to you because you took on this experiment, and maybe that gets what's called revealed throughout the process. So did you did you sell yourself into indentured servitude, or is it okay because the consciousness that was created would have done the same thing? Like the consciousness agrees with what was done because you agreed with doing that thing. So like there's no animosity. Does animosity get created between the two? So just like interesting little potential like explorations of the human psyche, but all wrapped into just like a fun Metroidvania where you're traversing this terrain and using a very simple mechanic. You get upgrades, things like that, but nothing like uh, super complicated. Just a nice little like Zen type of movement and like aiming factor. But yeah, that's the general idea that I had. Mouse and roll space. These are the stupid kind of games that I build. All my commercial properties are based off of this like uh, strong narrative element. But yeah, I hope that sounds like a an interesting little thing, an interesting little thingy. State level editor point score one. All right. Why aren't you showing up on the screen? What's wrong with you? Oh, it's because God mode isn't enabled. All right. There we go. There's our point. And then I need to create the second point. Might be a good idea to just put that at the top, just just so I know about it. Outputs dot labels x equals 30, y equals 30 dot from top. Text is equal to state dot game mode. R is 255, G is 255, B is 255. All right. Yep. So I'm in level editor mode versus playing. But yeah, I'm glad you like the premise, Bulky. That gives me a little bit of encouragement that this is not a terrible idea. It probably still is a terrible idea, but at least one other person thinks it's interesting. My mom thinks it's cool. All right. So inputs.mouse.click. All right, so we set the world space. After that, we want to set, so there's some copy pasta here where we actually create the terrain. I will fix that copy pasta later. I will never fix it. Everyone says that. Oh, I'm going to totally refactor this code later. Yeah, I know I've got to duplicate it. I'm totally going to fix it later. We never do. All right, so if I go back here, right, so you want to shoot, and yeah, about right there. So how about we do that kind of layout right there? Look at that, level editor in place, live. Isn't that badass? And then maybe right there is a good landing area. All right, so you're going in, you jump, fall through, and now you're in this subterranean area right here. And then you're going around, you're like, whoa, where do I go? Hold on. Um, and then yeah, I eventually want to have obviously some nice art. And what if I do something? Yeah, the way I do deletion is like I hover over and then press X to delete. I think that's fine for now. All right. So you drop down. You're in this area. All right. I think this is a good stopping point as far as a point to commit. Level editor working with mouse. Success. And I want to do an interactive rebase and go ahead and move this up because I want to merge that into mainline on the actual engine itself. All right, so you go down. All right, so maybe a little bit longer on the landing area. The collision for the probe is a little wide. Probably want to make that a little bit smaller. So is mRuby like a more efficient version of Ruby? mRuby is an embedded Ruby. So cRuby, which is the main Ruby that exists, assumes operating system level dependencies. And when you release the console, mobile, web, you can't assume the same dependencies exist in those environments. So like POSIX threads don't exist. You don't have access to standard lib on console. So what mRuby does is it's a embedded Ruby environment that doesn't assume a specific operating system. So it allows you to use the Ruby programming language outside of the assumption that it's running on a server side machinery or what have you. So that's the primary facet and benefit of mRuby is that it can compile. It's extremely portable, and it's because of that that I'm able to build games for all the platforms, for all the things. So I want this to be. So I think I need to put like, yeah, some like specific damage facets of damage, right? So like if you hit this wall, then you die and you start over. But yeah, that's the deal. That's the value prop for mruby. As far as speed and performance, it's extremely lightweight. So less memory usage. cruby is faster, but there's some serious optimizations that we've added to the game engine to make it extremely fast. The engine is fast. It's faster than Unity. It can render more sprites on the screen and do collisions and physics, more collisions in physics than Unity, and it's um, a tenth. The binary outputs are like a tenth the size. People don't believe me when I say it. They're like, no, that's not possible. I'm like, yeah, actually, it kind of is because Unity's crap. Ooh, I said it. Shots fired. Shots fired. How dare he say that? How dare he say Unity's crap? Well, it is. Such a horrible person. Blasphemy. I tell you, blasphemy. All right. So yeah, I think that looks good. All right, so let's refactor some of this code. So I've got new game, defaults, load level if needed, calc camera offset, calc level editor, input player. Let me change that to calc player. And then calc player will calc physics in there. And then let's say def input underscore player. Player bueno. Yeah, and I'm happy to like go into detail about run times and the difference between or how we did the how we're able to get the speed that we have and you'll notice that everything's hot loaded. Like I don't have to restart anything. I just keep coding, and then the changes immediately show up on the screen without me having to do any kind of compilation, recompilation. Go into all those details if you're interested. Yeah, so I want to do some kind of terrain that's will kill you terrain. Death terrain is what I want next. But yeah, refactoring. So tick, that's to reset the game. Set my defaults. Load level if needed. I can go into defaults. Calc camera, calc level editor, calc player, render game, render level editor, render debug. I think that's good. Calc camera offset, kind of like goes into calc game. Calc game. Yeah, calc render. That feels better. Calc game, I calc the camera, calc player. Calc player uses input underscore player. And then does the player physics, which is good. This is all my axis line, bounding box collision stuff. Sorry if I missed it, but what were you focusing on coding right now? Yeah, so I think I was doing some minor refactoring, and then the next thing I want to do is right now, like if we play the game, if I hit this box here, you notice it allows me to bounce off, right? So I want to create uh, pieces of the terrain that actually do damage, like hurt the player or cause you to have a game over. Because right now everything can be bounced against, right? So maybe the idea here is that I want to try to communicate that you have to you have to drop into this specific hole right here like that, perfectly aimed, and which is good and all, but the way you drop into it requires you to not hit this right wall. Like if you hit this right wall or maybe this area right here, it starts you back over. So it requires some some good aiming to actually make it into that hole. So that's what I want to try to get working, like evil terrain, like lava terrain or something. Right. So all this terrain would be safe, but then like this terrain here may not be safe, and then this terrain here may not be safe. So the way I want to do that, we'll go back to our level editor. Yep, creating difficult terrain. Exactly. So a couple of things before I do that. I want to change the physics. So cap player physics. Right now I'm using the player itself to calculate the collision. But if you notice, output scene orders player.merge. You'll notice like, and I'll zoom in so we can kind of see what that looks like. So the sprite is there, but it's kind of like floating above. And I probably want like the collision box for the actual like probe to be kind of more in the pocket, so that when you actually hit one of these things, it doesn't feel unfair. So I'll say player dot collision box is equal to player dot x. What's the size of the player? 16. So maybe, yeah, plus 8. Y will be player dot y plus 8, and then the width will be 8, and height will be 8. Height will be 8. So let's see if that feels better. So now let's see what the collision box looks like. Oh, that's too much. I want that to be 4. There we go. So like definitely more in the pocket. And then here I want to look at the collision box for the player for intersections on the axis aligned bounding box stuff. Collision box. All right, so hopefully that makes the player float a little bit. That's still not right. Where did I screw up here? I want the player's Y to be the collision box's height. 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 And the collision box's width. Is that what I want? Man, there's still that like weird shuffle. What's going on here? All right, we set the player's change. We look at the collision box, and we want the player's X to be the collision point's X and then the collision box's width, and set the DX. Player's height to be that. We set the player on the floor, and then we set the player as still. That still feels like really weird, doesn't it? I probably need to update the collision box to player dot collision. That should probably be a function instead of a value. Yep. Creating difficult terrain is exactly what I want to do. Player collision box, player collision box, player collision box, player collision box, player collision box. All right, maybe that's what I want. Do you see that weird? That's so got like this weird stutter. Why is it doing that? We set the DX, set the Y position. All right, so we increment by the player dy, and then we want to find the collision. The collision will be based off the player x and y, so it's not based off some default value. Do we actually want to set it to? Yeah, I don't think I need. I want to set it to player.height. Let's try again. That's so strange. And I want to subtract 4. All right, I'm doing something wrong here. Let me go back. All right. What I want to do is set the width and height to 8. All right, so that part's correct. And then the probe will actually be player.x plus 8, minus 8, minus 4, minus 4. Y will be player.y minus 4, and the width will be 16, and height will be 16. So I want the rendering, yeah, that looks better. And then I'm going to render the player after I render the terrain. Where's my terrain rendering? Render, debug. There we go. Yeah, so that gets them more in the pocket. That's definitely better. I like that. All right, now I want to make this terrain here hurtful. It hurts when you touch it. Okay. So I have load level if needed. So I have data slash level.txt. That's going to be my terrain. And I'm going to do if not state dot. I'm going to call it lava. Why not? I'm gonna regret all these names later on. I'll be like, what is lava? There's no lava on here. Okay, so then that will set the lava. Yep, nope, I'm gonna set lava, not terrain. Okay. And when I go into my level editor, if I set calc level editor, and if I say state.levelEditor terrain type, and I'm going to set the terrain type to I'll default it to terrain. And if they press the tab key, if keyboard or inputs keyboard key down tab, and then if state.levelEditor terrain type is terrain, then I'm going to set it to lava. Else I want to set it back to terrain. And then I have my game mode, and then I'm going to have the terrain type also. Level editor terrain type. All right, so it's set to terrain. Enable the level editor. I can go between, I press tab to go between lava and terrain, which is good. And I'm going to make sure deletion still works. All right, so then if I move here and hit X, that handles that correctly. And then I want to do, so here's the duplication. I need it. Yeah, I need to get rid of that duplication. All right, so save, um, save rectangle, save terrain or lava definition. God, that's such a horrible name. Rect, and then type. If type equals terrain, else if type equals lava. So those are my two areas that I want to save to. And I don't want to give it the point. I want to give it a 0.1 and then 0.2. So just give it the 2 points. And I want to change this to save terrain or lava state.levelEditor.0.1 state.levelEditor.0.2, and then this is going to be state.levelEditor.terrain type. All right, so if it's terrain, it will take point one and 0.2. So some of this has global state in there, some of this has local state. It's not great, but it's better than what it was. It's not great. I know it's not great. Just don't judge me, please. Okay. So now both of this can be the same. All right, we set level editor 0.1 and 0.2. I'm in level editor mode. Everything's broken. I broke everything. Everything's terrible. Oh, because it's set to lava. All right, that terrain stuff works, it looks like. So if I hit the terrain, boop, okay. And I need to render the lava. Because right now I'm only rendering the terrain, right? So I'm gonna render terrain and lava. Lava, and I'll make the lava red. A blood red. All right, so there's my lava. Oh, I missed the lava. Okay, so then I need to do collisions with lava. Physics. All right, so I'm gonna say calc player terrain physics. Then I'm gonna create calc player lava physics. And then I'm gonna say collision is equal to state.lava dot find where the lava intersect rect with the player. And then I want to say new game if collision. All right, so if I hit the lava, there we go. Resets the player. That's good. And I only want to do that. Yep. What? Stop. Yeah, I want to reset if it's in level editor mode. Okay, so delete that. Delete those things. And let's zoom out a little bit. Perfect. And I want to set it to lava mode. Boom, lava. All right, so now yep, that resets. So it's like crap, I've got to be careful. Still hit the lava. Then I'm going to make this lava also. Start there. Start there. And then this will be lava. The floor is lava. Son of a bitch. That's annoying. I like it. It's a little difficult. It'll be fine. If they quit, I don't care. The game's not for them anyways. Go play something easier. I'm so mean. I'm just like, no, I'm not going to make the game easier for you. Screw off. What kind of game designer says that? You're supposed to coddle them and cater to the masses, right? All right. Too high. Too low. Just right. Just right. Yeah, look at that. And then this part, you need to try to get on. Yep, I like that. All right, so then here, lava from here to here. So we've got them falling into a hole. Now I want to explain verticality. So the probe trying to get to the top of this pillar without overshooting. Ah, didn't make it. I need to decide if I should allow the player to only shoot when they're on the ground. I think so. Because right now I have it set to where the player can shoot whether they're in the air or not, or even when they're in the air. All right, cool. And then I want them to shoot and land right there, maybe. Wow, that's really far. No, I don't want them to have to go that far. Perfect. Perfect drop. Try to hit the pillar. They miss. Like, okay, I got to be a little bit closer. That's fine. There we go. They're there. And let's say I want them to see how hard it is to get to that point. Crap, I didn't mean to reset. God mode. Enable God mode. Woo! All right, fall down here. All right, miss, that's fine. Go again. All right. How difficult is this? Oh, I like it. That was good. But yeah, I'll make it a little bit. I'll make it a little bit larger. Just a hair larger. All right, so if they go in and overshoot, yep, they'll hit the lava here. Ah! Let's take them back over here. Drop down. Yep. And then they fall. Probably checkpoints would be another thing I need to add. Let's add that next. That was a death. Backtracking is something I want to put in there too. Death again. Another death. The first area is kind of difficult. I think it's okay. Let me change the aim reticle. Launch angle. Launch power, I set it by 10 pixels. Maybe 50 pixels would be better. Well, okay, hold on. How do I want to communicate this? All right, so if this is here, I want the aim reticle to help them, yeah, gauge how high they need to shoot. So at 45 degrees, does that feel good? All right, what if I do just that much? Okay, nope. That's too much. So let me put another point right at the maximum. So they have a good idea um, of how far this thing can go. Right? So that's the max launch power right there. So if I do right there, does that give a good indication? I think so. So it's like, I want to go a little bit longer. Right there. Um, how do I how quickly do I increase the launch power? What if I set it to 0.1? I think that's probably a little bit better. That feels good. And then the rotational angle, left, right, probably just 1 pixel instead of 1.5. Might be worth to have little markers along the way too. Right, so launch power. over 2. Launch power over 4. And then launch power times 0.75. All right, for symmetry, 0. Times 0.25 times 0.5. And then 1.0 times 1.0. So right in between, 3.5. Yeah, that helps quite a bit. Right, so now your launch power, 3.5. So then a little bit more than 3.5. Right there. Beautiful. No, that significantly helps. And then here, maximum launch gets you up there. And then maybe, yep, so that was too small. Okay, so checkpoints are next. Let's get checkpoints working. Probably should refactor again. So is it again 3? Nope. So 3.5 here. A little bit more than 3.5. Right there. Perfect. Maximum launch here. I also probably want to use mouse as a way to do power too, like swiping back. Crap, still didn't do it. All right, so you need max power on that. All right, max power. And then what was it like? Maybe 3? Perfect. So there's your lava. I'm already at 6,000. That's not a very large level. No, I'm only at 2,000. I've got plenty of space. All right, that looks good. Okay. So what did I change? This is another thing, like I'm much more diligent about like the commits and separating them up when I'm working in a team environment. But like things like this, I'm just like I change shit, which is horrible. Which is horrible to do that. All right, I'll be better. I'll be better about it. All right, so I did that. That was a refactor. That's a refactor. So exercising some uh, commit, what's it called? Commit discipline out of guilt for those that are watching, the ones of people that are watching. Right, so I'm doing hunk based commits right here. Right, so I'll call that, yep. Added ability to um, draw lava terrain. This would be, see, and I didn't even really get all of it. Whatever. I'll fix up the commit. I'll fix up the commit. Aim reticle. This is more lava train stuff. Yeah, I give up. I'm just gonna I'm gonna do my um if someone's interested in watching and wants to see like clean commit history and how I would like clean up these commits, I'll do it. But I'm gonna go with my canned response of I just created a bunch of crap, and I'll call it that. That answer is Hodor. That's that's how I say you. That's how I communicate to myself. You're a horrible person. You're just putting a bunch of crap together. You didn't have good commits, and now you just have crap. And when shit breaks and you're trying to bisect, you're gonna see this wad of code that you changed called Hodor, and then you're gonna be like, Amir, I told you to make good commits, but you didn't, and that's what I did. All right, that part looks good. Right, can't make it up there, so gotta get a little bit closer. Jump up here. Went too far. All right, so checkpoints. Let's get checkpoints working. All right, so terrain type, level editor dot, I'm gonna call it, I guess, collision type. Collision type's a better name. All right, else if type equals lava. Now I'm gonna do else if type equals checkpoint. Go into the checkpoint file. Some repetition here. Let me do parse parse CSV path. Results, it's that. CSV to to Rex. This will go into results. This will go into path. And then we return results. So then here I would do state.terrain is equal to CSV Rex data / level.txt. And then this would be state.lava. And then final one would be state.checkpoints. And then this can actually exist here too. All right, that cleans that up. So pretty. Refactoring is a good thing to do. Everything's in lava. What the? What did I just, what happened? Oh. Lava. Checkpoints. There we go. Okay, that's good. Eventually I need to add some juice. That looks good. Power up's a little slow now. Launch power. Yeah, I think that's a little better. All right, so 3's too much, or 3's not enough. Perfect. So maybe 4. Yep, 4 is good there. Nice. Other things that I probably want to add would be like zoom. Right, so like if you're in a specific area, then like maybe it zooms out this much. So you know exactly where you're shooting from. I like that. Okay, checkpoints. Checkpoints would be next. Tab. And that cycles back to terrain. It's probably better as a case statement at this point. Case when terrain when lava when checkpoints. Cool. All right, so if it's checkpoints, there's my point 1 and point 2. I could probably generalize this and say the train type will be Save terrain definition. Save terrain definition. Save terrain definition. Save terrain definition. That looks good. Yeah, I've probably generalized this to just go off the terrain type itself. Let's go ahead and rename the file then. I'm going to make that refactor. Call that lava. I mean terrain instead of level. Change that to love terrain, terrain, terrain. Okay. Yep, that failed. 3.5-ish. A little bit more than 3.5. Perfect. I could probably make the bounce a little bit. I could probably make the probe a little bit more bouncy. 4. Yep, didn't quite make it. That's cool. No problem. And here it would be, what was it, a little bit over? Oof, cool. And then maybe this zooms out to show the rest of the area. I like it. Feels pretty good. All right, there's another little drop point. I gotta get checkpoints. Definitely have to get checkpoints. There we go. And so like, can you go back? Crap. Death. Yeah. And then I want to, yeah, that's an interesting point. Can I, so there might be some backtracking. Yeah, see, that might be too large or too long, too big. Right? I do want to, there will be some backtracking, definitely. So maybe that. Right. So then you can jump there. Jump back. Nope. Still too much. Let's see if that's easier to get to. Yeah, I think so. Perfect. So maybe set the max launch power to 4. Set up 3. Launch power 4. Because I don't want to redo that. Launch power 4. Let's always render debug instead of just level editor mode. Cool. So there's now four little places. No, damn it. It's not correct. Times 0.5. 50 is too much. Maybe fuck. There we go. Enough. Yeah, I think the player will eventually get like the feel for how much oomph to give it. Cool. So that worked well. Now can the player make it back? Beautiful. All right, I like that. I can make that a little bit shorter. So 2. A little bit more than 2. Clears that perfectly. Perfect. Drops down. It's like, what? Too much. I need checkpoints. I need checkpoints. All right. I need checkpoints. Minor refactoring, added launch power, Hodor. I eventually need to put the music back in. I'm literally talking to myself. All right, let's add the music. Good. Hopefully y'all can hear that and it's not like overpowering. Testing, 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 testing. I'm assuming the background music's good. It's a very large stage. That might be a little too loud. Hopefully that's better. Might be too much power. It's perfect. All right, checkpoints. All right, first checkpoint will be here. No checkpoint. Why? Really? Checkpoints. All right. Checkpoint. Checkpoints. So we have checkpoints now. Calc game, calc player. Calc player checkpoint. Right, so last checkpoint, new game. If state dot last checkpoint. Get the center point of the checkpoint. All right, so there should be a checkpoint now. So if I die, perfect. That's our next checkpoint. Let's get our rendering of the checkpoints in a better place. Welcome Twitch chat. Let me know if the volume is horrible. If like you can hear the background music or if I'm cutting out. Right, so I fall off, but hopefully it'll, yep, centers me right at the checkpoint. Perfect. Man, that was trivial. Way too far. Perfect. Three is too much. Gotta fix the aiming reticle. Checkpoint here. Alright, so if you die now, still too much. A little bit more than 2. Yep, a little bit more than 2. Perfect. Cool. That's good. I want to do some art? Probably. Play bounce sound. No bounce sound played. Really? No bounce sound. Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay, I do have death sounds also. Welcome Twitch chat. Let me know if you can, if the music's, if you can hear the background music and everything, and still hear me. Mhm. Any death sounds also. Alright, so sound index, I don't want that to reset. Alright, now can I backtrack? Okay, that is a good idea. So for the aim reticle, at 3, it's 2, so where's my rendering of the aim reticle? So angle's 90 degrees. 478 is my, oh, sorry, 5780 is my max fly. Fifty 5780. Damn it. $6,200, so 420 pixels. Max radius, max radius. It's okay. I'm sorry. Give me one sec. That is incorrect. Oh, divided by zoom factor. So 200. No. Oh. Is it 50? All right, so this all needs to be hard coded. Delete all these. Distance 0. Player X minus 2. That is not centered in any shape, way, or form. Oh, it's no longer player X. Here, a render box. $16 for this. You must be using Godot if you aren't using it. No, I'm not using Godot. Brooks, how are you? How are you doing? I'm not using Godot. I'm using something called DragonRuby. It's 1,000 times better than Unity or Godot. Actually, I don't know too much about Godot. I can speak to criticisms about Unity. I know a little bit about Godot, and I played around with it. So I can't be as critical about Godot. But yeah, I'm happy to talk about the engine and how it behaves and performs and all that stuff. If you have any questions. How about you, Pomprox? What kind of development do you do? Do you do game dev? What brings you here today? I'm definitely not a fan of Unity. So distance 0, I want this to be max launch power for the aiming reticle. I'm gonna do game development. I do boring ATS. ATS. What is ATS development? ATS. I don't know if I've heard that term before. What is this ATS you speak of? I'm trying to get this aim reticle to behave, I guess. Software companies use when hiring people, parsing resumes, tracking people applying, posting jobs to different job boards, etc. ATS. What does ATS stand for? Is it like I've heard like line of business, LOB, like line of business app development, but I don't think I've ever heard the term ATS itself. Application tracking system. Cool. Application tracking. I commend you. Parsing PDFs is something I've done in the past. Would not recommend. It is definitely not an easy task to do. In any regard whatsoever. So launch power. Yeah, so I can't get it to be relative, and I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, parsing PDFs. It's crazy that it's such a like. So are you like a an expert in the tech? A software client called Sovereign TSUs. It can parse most resumes into structured fields. That's cool. Sovereign, SOVRN. What's your development stack? Is it like C, C sharp, Java? Some variant? Yeah, parsing PDFs or even text resumes into structured fields is already a hard problem. It's difficult. There's because there's like no rhyme or reason to what a what a resume looks like. That's why every job you apply for, it's like you've got this resume beautifully created, and they're like, no, re-enter all your data into our input into our web form thing because we refuse. We refuse to take your PDF data. Kind of, this looks like a location. Must be a location. This looks like a name. Maybe. Must be a name. This is close. Yeah. Every job post you apply to, they're like, re-enter all your data. It's like, I have a PDF. I have this pretty PDF of my resume. Why can't you just take this information? Why do I have to re-enter it? A lot of people will take the PDF parser, then populate the form before you submit. Yeah, that's actually really kind of them. Can you hear the background music okay? Is it like overpowering, or can you like not hear it all over my voice? Running your any reticle and added bounce sounds. It gets louder when I talk. It's probably the noise gate. Let me see. I have my display, video capture, display capture. So if I go in and filters, okay, noise suppression. So if I remove this, thank you for helping me with this. Still trying to like fine tune. Just I started streaming recently again. Alright, so I disabled noise suppression. How does that sound now? It should sound like a violin. Could probably make it a little bit louder. So maybe that sounds a little bit better. Yeah, so I disabled noise suppression on my filter, so I'm assuming that will like level out the sound. And if it doesn't, I'll figure something out. If it's annoying, I can turn off the sound. Just let me know. Okay, so checkpoint. Calc game, calc player. So I only want to process the checkpoint. I only want to process the checkpoint if the player is actually settled. But yeah, hopefully the sound is better now. Cool, so that reset there. It should still reset. Yep. But yeah, aside from the noise stuff, like or background music, what's your tech stack? What tech stack do you use? What programming languages? PHP for the backend and then Vue for the front end. Not on the React or Angular bandwagon. Vue's nice too. Some services do with React. They kind of feel all the same these days. So a little bit over 2.5. No. 2.25. That's too much. Just a hair over 2. Yeah, a hair over 2. Then a hair over 2 again. Ooh. So hair over 2. That might be too much. That's close. So what does that mean? Do I need more? Do I need to make the length even larger? Maybe. aim reticle. Instead of 50, maybe 75 a pop. Well, then it goes off screen. It's not terrible, but yeah, it goes a little bit off screen. Well, so I'm using a programming language called Ruby. Some similarities to PHP actually. There's some like functions from, well, actually Perl. And I think both Ruby or PHP was quasi inspired by Perl. Yeah, I think the having 75 for the tick mark gives you a little bit more granularity. Okay, so that feels good. So now the question is, I'm gonna start probably getting into some art now. PHP was mostly inspired by C, has a lot of functions with the same name. Yep, same things. That was my first, I think I used back in college Cake PHP to build my first crappy website. Okay, so that's my level. The starting point for my level, 6400 by 6400 pixels, which is quite a bit. And I want to try a little bit of art, just to get a feel for how the resolution will look like. So yeah, I think this is plenty large for a good, big level, which I'm excited about. Yeah, my favorite function PHP was NL2BR. It's a great function. Okay, so 1400. How large is this? Let's see. Do you do any game development, like as a hobby thing? Assuming, hopefully a little bit. It's good for the soul. Game development's awesome. Go away. Stupid taskbar, go away. You used to, but I haven't in a while. And it's tough to find time at least, sometimes. It really is tough to find time, and it's like, a lot of, at least for me, just speaking for myself, that's the whole reason I got into programming. Because I want to build a video game. And then reality comes and rears its ugly head, and it's like, no, you are not allowed to do wonderful things like game development. So that's always sad. Alright, so I've got that. Let me share my... not new audio recording, new movie recording. I still hope to finish something out for 7-Day Roguelike. I haven't done much for the jams since, I ended up starting 7-Day Roguelike and worked on it for a couple of days, and the game that I ended up, or like the concept that I ended up doing, just didn't flesh out really well. And I was like, all right, I think that's game over, because I didn't want to start from scratch again. So there should be a way where I can share my screen. And it's supposed to be through QuickTime. Maybe you have to do new screen recording. Why is this always so difficult? Display settings. Right, so there's the iPad. What was your idea for 7-day roguelike? Share iPad screen on Mac. AirPlay. AirPlay receiver. Okay, so I can just AirPlay this, maybe? Okay, there we go. Really? You're just like not gonna let me see any more of my screen except for this? Well, what if I don't? Can I make it? How do I make it smaller? I can't make it smaller. You're just gonna blur out the rest of chat? Really? Yeah, you're just gonna freaking blur out the rest of it, huh? Okay, that's kind of what I wanted to do. Alright, so let's see. Each turn, game generates 3 actions, and each has 3 possible outcomes. The actions and outcomes generated by simulating all possible actions, then picking the 3 best ones. And simulating. Reigns is a fantastic game. I love that game. It really is great. Alright, so I can AirPlay, but it's like... It sucks that it just takes up the entire screen. Alright, let me bring up Twitch chat on my phone so I can still interact with y'all. Okay, I have chat showing up on my phone. This game is kind of like an AI is playing, generating. Have you played Guild of Dungeoneering? Kind of reminds me of those like AI concepts in there too. So I need to share. It's my reference map, I think. Yep. Guild of Dungeoneering is a fantastic game. Many hours spent playing that. Right, share my screen again. Cool. Alright, so I got Twitch chat. OBS is hiding parts of it, which is fine. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on my phone since I literally can't see the rest of my screen. It's great. So insert file, insert photo. All right, so that's the 6400 by 6400. Got my opacity. All right, now the question is that at this resolution, is the fidelity still good? So if I use my pencil, that's kind of pixelated. All right, well let's see what it looks like. So going to do that. And then spikes here. I haven't played that. Maybe similar if you don't directly control the hero. Yeah, you don't directly control the hero. And you actually like create the dungeon. And there's like some like specific rules for how the hero will like traverse through the dungeon. Like you can air quotes like bribe the hero to go towards a room by like putting a really like fancy treasure inside of it. But I love the art style and I love the like roguelike concept that they did with that. Alright, so that'll be spikes there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see what this looks like from a resolution standpoint. It might not. It might be too pixelated. Which might not be terrible, but I want to. Yeah, I gotta see what it looks like. And there's like a lot of like a good. I think the creator of Guild of Dungeoneering did like a really nice GDC talk about like how he ended up getting a publisher and like all different facets of being like an indie game dev and expectations around that. So it was a really good talk. Just a quick gesture drawing for right now. I need to go in and actually do some real art later. All my games are kind of like this sketchy style. So spikes for that. But yes, Guild of Dungeoneering is just a great game, especially for like roguelikes. I enjoyed it a lot. And it's got like all the commands are based off of like cards instead of like actual like movement commands and whatnot. So usability is just fantastic. They just overall did a fantastic job with it. Alright, so I have a black background. I think that'll be okay. I can maybe set the saturation for this would have to be white. I'll change the background color. Alright, so share as a PNG. Okay. All right. So back to this. Map.png. Go to Etcher Spock. Hey, how's it going, Adam? How you doing? Long time no see. Hope things are going well with you. What's new with you, man? Thank you for coming to the stream. Procedurally generated actions, yeah. Yeah, what's new? What's new, Adam? I just got pipped today, but I will be fine. P-I-P-E-D? Pipped? Pipped? What does pipped mean? I feel like I should know this. Placed in protection? Are you in witness protection program? Oh, performance improvement plan. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. That feels stressful. It feels extremely stressful. Alright, let me move this sprite over. And I really hope the resolution isn't terrible. Because that means I'm gonna have to double, like, my map size will only be 3200. Yeah, way to push people out the door. You know, it sucks. It sucks. Like, we need to be able to legally fire this person that has contributed to our stuff for a very long time because he makes too much money. Which is very sad. Alright, map.png, sprites / map.png. Yeah, thanks to the job market, it's pretty nice at the moment, despite the tech implosion. Everything's illogical. I have no idea what's good or bad anymore. Alright, how's the resolution of this? I don't know if I like that. Yeah, let's set the scale quality to 2. Yeah, at 1.0 scale, I think it looks fine. Let me see what it looks like at 1.0. Yeah. At 1.0 scale, the strokes look good. What about 1.5? What about game dev stuff? What game dev stuff have you been doing lately? Right, so there's the spikes. Gotta figure out what is happening with the rendering there. That's very strange. I'll figure that out later. How's DSOP? Dallas Society of Play. Hopefully things are going good there. We have 6 people in chat. That's great. Welcome, everyone. Let me know if you have any questions or anything. Happy to talk about it. Still noodling around with Unity, huh? I'm very disappointed in you. I'm kidding. You're comfortable with it, you know it, I get it. Yeah, I don't think I didn't do Global Game Jam 2023. I did 2022 though. In person it was kind of tough. I didn't get the collaboration that I really wanted, like from like 2018. I think 2018 was like the best Global Game Jam I was part of. DSUP had a nice in-person event, January Racing Retro Convention. That's cool. Glad things are still kicking with regards to that. 1.5 should be pretty good. Yeah, I think the resolution for 1.5 feels good. Placeholder map. Rendering. Zoom of 1.5 looks to have a good resolution. Yeah, 2x rendering was a bit tough, but I think 1.5 is going to look good. Just to see another map kind of placed in there. Yeah, level.png. And the level, its resolutions 2416 3574. 2416 3574. Dimwell sold a dev house and some paper, made some paper. Jim Welts. I think I recall him. Was that a studio? Dev house was a studio? Yeah, I'm glad people are doing well. Where is... the VR stuff, yes. Cool. Alright, so that's what it'll look like. I gotta figure out what the hell's going on there. That's very strange. Yeah, so that resolution looks good. So I think that's what it'll look like. I think that's a good amount of clarity there. Background. Yeah, I think that looks good. And then and if I put Jupiter in there also. I think 1100. Yeah, VR is just lots of fun. I'm still super excited about all the things that can happen in VR. Can you hear the background music okay, Adam? Or is it just kind of like cutting in and out? Alright, so there's Jupiter. Right, so this is kind of what the map could potentially look like, which is cool. It'll be way bigger now, right? That's only like a third of the map, which is nice. But yeah, I hope that like the background music's coming through or something. Yeah, I gotta figure out what the hell this is why this is happening. I can hear it breaking in the loop, but I'm... Yeah, there's like a little like pop or something when it resets. Yeah, I could do like a kind of like a crossfade into the start of the next loop. And a little bit over 3 for this one. No. There we go. Probably should work on the mouse / touch mechanic. Yeah, so you can use the keyboard. Do you have any games in development right now, Adam? Anything you're working on? Or anyone on the stream, obviously. Feel free to share. Happy to look at games, give feedback if you have any. If you want any. And you should be able to make it back. I'm hoping people can get a good feel for like the distance to potentially push this. It's like ouch. Area squared, Quicks clone. Quicks, huh? I don't know if I've heard of a game called Quicks before. If you have a link, I'd love to take a look at Quicks. Yep, so remove that checkpoint. In-game level editors. Don't leave home without it. Incredibly important. Alright, what is this quicks thing? Well, this reminds me of Jazz Ball. I guess you're trying to make shapes to try to yeah, it reminds me of Jazz Ball. I'm assuming you're trying to isolate this thing into a smaller percentage of the screen. Yep. Claiming area. What's that weird little spider thing that's moving around? See, there's like weird little spiders everywhere. Sparks. Oh, I see. So you've got this thing that could potentially kill you, and then the sparks themselves. That's cool. Have you heard of Jazz Ball before? And I played this game so much. Jezzball. Such a freaking awesome game. But it's the same idea where you've got to like try to cut the Jezzball. But yeah, you're trying to cut the domain that the balls are bouncing in, and it gets like, and then every level there's like more balls that get added. And so if you get hit, you lose a life. Really fun game. And hopefully you can make it back up. Sweet. Yeah, 1.5 resolution feels good. And I gotta put another checkpoint here. In-game map editor. Very important. Pro game tip. Create an in-game map editor. So you can play the game live and change your game as you play it without having to restart. Screw that. You're hamstringing yourself if you don't do an in-game map editor. That worked out. That works out pretty nice. So you can get back up. Let me zoom out, see what that looks like. Yeah, this will be the aesthetics of the game. And then zoom level 1.5 I think was, yeah, 1.5 I think gives you enough visibility of the map. So you have your bearings, but not so much of it where you can know exactly where you're going. I think that'll work. 1.5 feels like a good amount. So I can work on mouse movement next. Debounce. Play bounce sound there. There's a collision Y or collision X. Should have played the sound there, right? Play sound. Set that to -1. Why? Why aren't you playing that first sound? Oh, I don't have a sound 0. There we go. It's like, no! Didn't make it over. Still didn't make it over. The angle is still a little touchy. So we're getting into the higher angular points. See, I'm not sure if these reticles are misleading or if they're helpful. It's like, no, too much. The trial and error might get a little annoying. Might be worth making that a little bit larger. Just like as an intro level. Think. Aim reticle's a little annoying to move. The retry is a little bit annoying. All right, let's extend this terrain just a little bit. There we go. So that makes that a little bit more pleasant right there. And then a little bit over 2 for the shot. Perfect. That's good. I like that. Still gotta think about the verticality. Like seeing below, above and below you. And the bounciness too. I wonder if this is bouncy enough. Probably stand to be a little bit bouncier. Third elasticity, so maybe 0.4. Maybe instead of the dotted line, show what 1 second of each of the flight looks like. So let me see if I understand that. Projecting out for 1 second, like show them like the actual trajectory of the player being thrown in each position. Exact path for 1 second. So 1,000, 2 1,000. So the furthest it would potentially go would be... All right, so let's see how long it takes to... So let's say you're over here, right? So a little bit over 3 will get you on top of the platform. So if I do, the question is like, yeah, what does the trajectory look like for 1 second? So if I do this and I say, I can actually put that in there. Let's see, key up, space, player dot launch at is equal to state dot. Am I using the tick count right now? Do I have a concept of a clock? No, I'm using tick count. Right, so player.launch at equals tick count. And I could say, all right, so inside of render debug, player.launch at and launch at elapsed time is every second. State dot after images, state dot player, state dot after images. state.player.copy. And then I want to render it. Output scene, sprites, state.afterimages.map. Alright, so let's see if that gives me what I want. Syntax error. Where's my syntax error? 581. Don't be at the end of the file. Sprites, images, launch at, render debug, player.launch at tick count. I think it looks good there. Where's my syntax error? Everything's terrible. Alright, still syntax error. Anyone see it? I've changed the elasticity. Debounce is fine. $581. Ruby-C main.rb app main.rb. What? Everything's terrible. What happened? Can't ch into main.rb. Fatal. Syntax error 581. Fantastic. What Ruby version am I using? RBNV local 3.3.0. RBNV versions. Local 3.1.2. 581. Fantastic. I swear. Everything's terrible. Main.rb. Syntax error 581, which tells me nothing. Alright, let's see what I have here. Debounce index, launch power, I added elasticity. I think negative player that's totally fine. That's fine. Ah, there it is. There we go. After images. All right, and I need a default value for after images. Okay, so let's see what this looks like. Let's see what the trajectory looks like. All right, so every 1 second after the launch, it will put an after image. Did it? Okay, no after images. Player.launch at. Launch at is not being set. There we go. Alright, so I should see an after image after every second. There it is. Player, I think it's called like render box. Yeah, player render box. Okay. And then if I do space, I'm gonna set that back to no. Okay, so let's see what the launch image will look like after every second. Okay, so if you're right, game mode. Let's try this again. Let's remove the label debugs. Okay. So when I shoot, so that's what you'll see as far as the trajectory, right? And so the question is, if I go back and I set and I do 3x, that's what you'll see. So is that enough indication to know how far you'll go? I don't know. All right, so that'll be your launch trajectory there. Versus at 2. That might not be a terrible idea. Now the question is, how the hell do I calculate future position? Well, I can just have it just always render. I think I could do that. Like render the F. Pull one like every 5 seconds. Yeah. So if they're like this, the question is, like, what do I render? So while I'm holding space, this is always increasing. Yeah, it's actually nice to see the arc, but that's one part of it. Like I like having the idea of after images, but I also want it. A part of the challenge is to like have your aim good, right? So if I give too much of a tell on the trajectory of the probe. Yeah. don't know if that would take away from it or not. Everyone after can start to fade, yeah. So you get a good feel of your trajectory from the beginning, but from there on out. All right, let's see if I can make that work. So I want after images. I'll keep that concept. I'll have the rendering. And what I want to do is it's going to get tricky. So calc player, I want calc terrain physics. But this, the context should be a rectangle that's coming in. So if I do calc rect physics, this is a good refactor to do anyways, because this might not be the only thing that's being acted upon. So calc rect physics player. And then instead of everywhere where it says player, that'll be changed to rect. Rectum. Just kidding. Line 99. Okay, so that's the launch angle. Oh, I changed too much. So this should work, but it's using player for everything. So now this should be changed to rect. All right, so that works still. Okay, so if I do like 10 dot times width index, do I care about the index? No, I don't. Aggregate is equal to player dot copy. Should work. Yep. So then I want to do calc rect physics for the aggregate, state dot after images aggregate dot copy, kind of what I want, but instead of launch angle, I actually want to apply the current player's the current power into it. So state.afterimages.clear. What? Yeah, and the play sound shouldn't happen for all the recs. Should play sound This is kind of hacky right now, but I think it's okay. I'll clean this up just to see if I can figure out the after images. So it's showing the trajectory, which is good. So launch power, how is launch power applied? I think it's key up. So I set the player's dx and dy to the launch power. So when I do my copy for the after image, I take that aggregate and I want to apply basically apply the launch angle and power. Ugh. But only the first time. That's strange. Create the player, create its copy. See, it's setting it correctly there. What is the problem here? See, we're seeing the trajectory. I'm not doing something right. Right, so we're seeing the trajectory once in the air, but not when it's on the ground. Is it because of that? There we go. So I'm integrating 10 frames. So what does 60 frames look like? That's really cool. Yeah, I think 60. That's. What do you think? It's so peaceful too. I think that's a great idea. I think that worked out really well. Alright, so this would be like me adding it every 10 frames. And that might be that could be like a special ability. You see farther in your trajectory. This was like 300. You see 5 seconds into the future. I like that a lot. I think I like that idea. Alright, so after images. So set the path to pixel. Where's the red box coming from, though? Each after image. So this would be called trajectory image. Where's that red coming from? The deuce? Nani? WTF? I have no idea where that red... It's like, where is that red pixel coming from? Render Emmy reticle. Do you think the code quality gets better when not using a game engine like Unity? I think that's a tricky question. So let me first say this. The C# that Unity makes you write is across the board bad C#. Like the whole like so this is me. I have a lot of .NET experience, like probably 13 over 13 years of regular C# experience. So like enterprise C# development experience, I guess. So in C#, you would do this, right? That's how you new up an object. But in Unity, I don't understand why this is acceptable. What was it? It's called something like create instance, activator.create instance. Right, so like game object.create instance. I forgot the exact thing that it hangs off of. But in regular C# development, you don't create instances of an object like this. You new it up. just like you would anything else. I don't care if it's a game object. I don't care if it's a plain old C# object, etc., etc. So, in general, the C# that people write in Unity is not the same C# that I would write. It's not modern C#. It's an unfortunate bastardization of C#. They only made it to create objects in the game world. I mean, that's fine, but I don't care if it's in the game world. I mean, you're newing up an object. Like, I should be able to new up a game object in the game world. Right? Why does every game object have to be newed up like this? And the thing is that just because it's initialized with this create instance doesn't mean that it's in the scene graph, right? It doesn't get added to the scene graph unless you explicitly add the game object to the scene. So it's just strange that it would force you to new up an object like this. And this breaks type safety also, because like I can create a constructor that takes an XY for a person, first name, last name for a person. How do you create an instance that takes in those additional properties, those initialization properties for a game object? You don't. So I think that's one general criticism of Unity, outside of whether you're using a game engine or not. In extension to that, a game engine that you use will influence. Unity makes a lot of shortcuts to make it easy for new developers with little or no prior experience. I mean, just using this specific example, if I was coming into C# with no prior experience, this is how it would initialize. This is how it would instantiate a game, an object. You call new and give it the name, right? That's coming with zero experience. If I asked a seasoned C# dev, how do you initialize an object? This is the answer. It's not this. And in fact, this feels more obtuse than this. So I don't know if I entirely agree with new developers with little or no prior experience, because this right here is a constructor with a new keyword. Here, you're creating a static class, static method. You're introducing generic parameters to someone, and then the constructor itself. And then the thing is like this create instance, this generic parameter construction. You know, you have to pass that in, because if you don't, if you just do create instance, and this returns of type object, so you have to actually cast it as a person. So as an entry programmer coming into this, what's more complicated? Calling constructor or being introduced to static classes, generic constraints, and lifetime management that isn't your standard new? Like, you do this in C++, you do this in Ruby, you do this in Python, you do this in literally every language. This is how you new up an object, right? So I don't know if I entirely agree with helping new developers, because this doesn't help new developers in any way. In fact, it confuses. What do you think? I mean, that's what the marketing material says. It helps new developers. The marketing material for Unity says that it helps new developers, but I don't feel it actually does. I still have no idea where those red values are coming from. Lava. Alright, let's get rid of these. Don't need those. Welcome to the channel, by the way. Amazing amazing B-Hop. We'd love to hear what you're working on, like what your background is, and happy to discuss game engines in general and everything. More than happy to do that. Always open for a good conversation. Alright, so that's the trajectory. So if I comment this out, I still get this. That's so strange. Let me print out. Yes, but why not just scenegraph.add my cool game object back in 2003 big ass statics factory methods. I mean, I think yeah, passing in a game object type is fine, I guess. Usually I would add an initialized object to a collection. That's the only thing that I can say, is that I kind of see your scene graph as a data structure, and whatever you put in the data structure is what gets added to it. So it doesn't do anything except add the object that you passed into it. And now that I think of it, can you actually create a function that says you can't? Can you create a parameter that? So if there's like a class scene graph. So if I have a scene graph class, public void add, and I can give it an instance. Right? I can give it an instance. And then if I tried scenegraph.add person, new person, and this person object didn't inherit from game object, it give you a compiler error. But if the parameter is of type, how do you get a compiler error for this? Because I want to say that the type that you pass in must inherit from person. Yeah, I'm not sure how you would get a compile time error saying that you're trying to add a person to a scene graph with a type that does not inherit from game object. I don't know how you would do that. So like the generic type constraints are for exactly this, right? That gives you that, but it doesn't help with type inheritance. That's the problem. Your type constraint still assumes that you're getting an instance of an object. So yeah, why are you bypassing the compiler? That would be like air quotes the other thing. So yeah, I'm not sure if you can limit the explicit types that are passed based on some category, I guess. Constraints on type parameters. All right, cool. Right, and this is what I was talking about, where you can say you can say a generic constraint is of a specific type. Right, and where T is a base class name, yeah, and this is exactly what I'm doing here. Right, so add instance. So this will give me this will work correctly, right? So add instance, new person, instance. So that's correct. The problem is that you can't pass in just a type, right? For T must be derived arguments supplied for type U. Right, and this is exactly what I'm doing here. But it still requires an instance of the object. I don't know how to add a type constraint for this, because the type constraint here would be where T is what? It's not game object. Type can never inherit from game object. Type is system.type. It doesn't have an inheritance hierarchy with game object. Right? Yeah. The link that you sent me for generic type constraints, that matches this specific thing, and I get that, but I don't know if you can put a type constraint or a compiler constraint on a type hierarchy where you're not passing an instance, you're actually passing the type definition. There might be a way. I mean, I might be completely wrong. Yeah, I don't think it's the same thing. Alright, seriously, where the hell is that red coming from? If anyone has ideas. You get what I'm saying though, Adam? Yeah, so and that's another thing that Unity does a lot, is that all of its APIs just what's it called? Encourages poor usage of C#. Why are we bypassing the compiler? I mean, that's the whole point. That's the whole point of using a statically typed language, right? So you don't do things like bypass the compiler. Seriously, where is this coming from? That's trippy. It's probably something stupid. Is that it? Oh, that's the actual scene itself. Obviously, I want to render that. Okay. Oh, I'm always merging the rect in there. There we go. That's where it is. There we go. All right, so we have our trajectory. Move this back up here. So yeah, TLDR is like, let me new up an object like I would new up any other C# object. Why do I have to do it this weird activator create instance generic type constraint da 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 da? It's just like, it's a lot. All right, so now the trajectory's gone. Yep, and then there's your trajectory for the circle. And I want to say, and I only want to render this trajectory is launching equals true, or is aiming. Is aiming equals true, false, and then times if player dot is aiming. And clean this up. Like, this is in the render. Obviously, I don't want it to be in the render. All right, so player is aiming. PLYA player. All right, player isn't aiming. Player is aiming. Beautiful. I like that. Yeah, and it gives you just enough. Yep, and it gives you just enough to show that. Pomp Rocks, if I could give you like an award or a thumbs up or an achievement of sort or whatever, I would give that to you, because that actually looks pretty nice. Thank you for that recommendation. And you can only aim if you're on the floor. Gotta get some food. Have a good one. Thanks again. Thanks for dropping by. But yeah, like, the after image is fantastic. It's really great. See? You can see the after image, and that's like 1 second out. And it gives you a good feel of like what the trajectory will look like. But I think that's fantastic. Still not sure if I have enough to submit to 7 Day Road. I want to keep working on it. Yeah, I think you should. At least try to submit something so you get some feedback. Someone might say, "Hey, I like the concept." You know, if you can try to at least get a good feel of the concept in place. Not a complete game, but enough to where people are like, "Ah, I get it. I get what you're trying to do." That might be enough to solicit feedback. Yeah, that's what I use game jams for, is just to get enough of a hook or enough of a mechanic to see if it piques anyone's interest. And if it does, then that's a good indicator that I've got something that has some wings. But have a good lunch slash dinner slash breakfast, whatever it might be for you. Thanks again for the ideas. That feedback was good. All right, so I've got trajectory. I've got hitboxes for checkpoints. Gotta think of like mouse controls too, instead of just keyboard. But it's pretty pleasant. Crap. Yeah, and the reticle gives you a little bit of indication too, which is good. I like it. Alright, I think I'm going to work on art next. It'll probably be primarily on my iPad, just kind of dealing with just general concepts of aesthetics and stuff. Probably pretty boring to actually stream that part. I think this is good. Everyone, thanks for hanging out. It was a blast. Appreciate the conversations. I might jump on later on tonight. Continue working on this once I get some art in place. Hopefully I'll see all that. I'll stay frosty.